In the wild, no victory is certain. When cornered, the prey can become a danger. A single moment is enough to turn the tables. This is how the wild world regulates itself. Across the grasslands and forest edges, there are moments when everything is turned upside down in an instant. The prey no longer just flees, but suddenly turns back, using its horns, hooves, and speed to retaliate against the closing predator. A backward kick, a surprise charge, a sudden change of direction can turn the chase into a trap for the hunter. With just one small mistake, the predator is forced to retreat, bearing the mark of a failed risk. That is the other side of nature, where true strength emerges when the prey refuses to back down. On the plains of East Africa, the lion is considered a symbol of power. An adult male can weigh over 420 pounds, with a powerful leap and a lightning-fast attack that keeps many species on alert. However, holding the top spot does not guarantee absolute success. In a moment of misjudgment, even a lion can find itself at a disadvantage against a seemingly much weaker prey. On the arid land near the Mara River, a lion approaches a lone wildebeest. It moves in silence, closing the distance step by step. But the wildebeest, weighing about 600 pounds, has a surprising strength. As the lion charges, the tables are turned. The hunter loses its rhythm and is forced to keep its distance as the chase ends abruptly. Further south, a bold choice has led a lion to separate a buffalo from its herd. Lionesses usually target the weak or the old, but this time the assessment was wrong. The lead buffalo reacts with a head-on charge, forcing the lion to move out of its path of pressure. The herd behind begins to change formation, adding to the pressure. In the semi-arid lands, lions sometimes try their luck with rhinos. Their tactic is to leap onto the back of an adult or target a calf, hoping to take advantage of a brief opportunity. But this heavy giant does not submit easily. A single swing of its massive horn can cut through the space between them, pushing the lion aside and forcing it to retreat quickly. In the bushlands near the Kalahari, the sable antelope is a surprising adversary. This species is known for its curved horns, over 3 feet long. When approached, it lowers its shoulders and swings in a wide arc, creating a buffer zone. A precise headbutt makes the lion swerve, ending the pursuit. On the lower grasslands, the zebra is no less resilient. They rely on their stamina and powerful backward kicks to break a lion's advance. As a lioness closes in on an adult zebra, the animal suddenly kicks back with an instinctive force. A single well-placed kick is enough to throw the predator off balance. On the hot sand dunes reaching 122 degrees Fahrenheit, the oryx stands firm with impressive endurance. As a lion approaches and tries to gain control, the oryx immediately thrusts forward with its horns. In that brief pause, the oryx disappears from sight and boldly regains the upper hand. These moments reveal a simple truth. In the wild, power is never absolute. Even the strongest predators must yield to determination and the will to survive. At the boundary between forest and savanna, the leopard is a master of concealment. An adult weighs about 120 to 155 pounds, with a body over 6 feet long, including the tail, and can climb a straight tree trunk in just a few leaps. However, even this silent hunter sometimes pays the price for underestimating the protective instincts of its prey. During the wildebeest's calving season, the leopard often focuses on the unsteady young. Early one morning, a leopard silently approaches a calf that has strayed a few dozen yards from its mother. With a single leap, it reaches its target. But the mother immediately turns back, lowers her shoulders, and charges. The powerful impact forces the leopard to release the calf and jump back. Near the thick grasses where a herd of buffalo is grazing, a leopard singles out a calf, standing slightly apart from the group. It bursts from its hiding place, grabs the calf, and tries to drag it away. But within seconds, the entire herd unites into a giant spear of horns, charging forward with thundering hooves that shake the ground. In the cloud of dust, the leopard luckily lets go of its prey and dashes up a nearby tree, avoiding a nearly certain and overwhelming counterattack. As the young leopards are still eager to explore the world, they often receive a lesson they will never forget from the porcupines. Attracted by the slow, steady gait of this small animal, a young leopard approaches from behind. It pounces quickly, trying to flip the porcupine over, but fails. The stiff quills, like giant toothpicks, stand on end and embed themselves in its foreleg, forcing the leopard to stop. These quills are not just sharp. They are designed to detach easily upon contact. The tips have microscopic barbs, making them embed deeply and very difficult to remove. This not only causes immediate pain, but can also lead to severe infections, turning the porcupine's armor into a kind of passive biological weapon. After a few failed attempts, it has no choice but to retreat. In the thickets near a den entrance, a leopard sometimes tries its luck with a warthog. When hunting the young, things tend to go more smoothly. But targeting an adult warthog is a completely different challenge. A large warthog carries a pair of curved, strong tusks, powerful enough to change the game. Those tusks swing up like steel hooks. In the world of the savannah hunt, hyenas and African wild dogs are not known for head-on attacks, like lions or leopards. They are masters of the chase, persistent, enduring, and skilled at exhausting their prey. Their success often comes from long-distance pursuits, where individuals take turns closing in. Their greatest advantage is the pack itself. They split up, circle around, and constantly change their angles to distract the prey's attention, minimizing the risk for each member. Therefore, most hunts by hyenas and wild dogs end with the prey either collapsing after a grueling run or making a spectacular early escape. Even as hyenas and wild dogs excel in pursuit and teamwork, they still respect the limits of nature. When the prey stands its ground and counterattacks at the right moment, the balance of survival can shift in an instant. Beside a shallow lake, a young cheetah stops to drink after a long chase. Its slender body and legs, born for speed, now rest in a rare moment of stillness. But beneath the calm surface, danger awaits. A crocodile, hidden on the riverbank, remains patient. The moment the cheetah lowers its head, off guard, the ambush begins. With a powerful flick of its tail, its heavy body, which can be up to over 1,500 pounds, launches out of the water. The struggle is brief. Amidst heavy breaths, the graceful figure disappears from the bank. The lake falls silent again. This rare encounter shows that even the fastest hunter on land is not safe when thirst draws it to the water's edge. The impala, slender and agile, often comes to the water's edge in the early morning or late afternoon. This habit maintains its stamina but places it near potential danger. Stalking at the riverbank, the crocodile sinks low, its body pressed under the water's surface. It locates its prey with sharp vision and hearing, while the sensory pits along its jaw detect even the slightest ripples. As an impala lowers its head, a short lunge turns a distance of just a few yards into a sudden advantage. The recorded success rate of crocodiles attacking impala is 40 to 50%. Much higher than when they target larger, stronger animals. However, compared to terrestrial predators like the cheetah or the lion, the crocodile's accuracy is more modest. The reason lies in the limited opportunities, the narrow window of time, and the dependence on the prey stepping close to the water. When an impala is overwhelmed, the entire herd scatters instantly. The chase ends quickly, underscoring a timeless rule. Patience and timing are the crocodile's true weapons in its aquatic domain. There is a land known as the Endless Plains, a name that comes from the language of the Maasai people. It spans over 11,600 square miles of grassland and scattered woodland, stretching across Tanzania and Kenya. The Serengeti is not only home to a great diversity of wildlife, but is also considered one of the 7 natural wonders of Africa. Its ecosystem is recognized as one of the most diverse on Earth, home to more than 70 species of large mammal. The Serengeti, a place whose cycles are marked by 2 primary seasons, the wet and the dry. Each season here brings a new story, triggering profound changes in the life of every species. The animals of this region have evolved unique characteristics, distinct from their relatives anywhere else. March brings the first rains, reawakening life across this land. The green grasslands stretch to the horizon, with abundant water providing food in vast quantities. The Serengeti's wet season lasts from March until May. Answering nature's call, the animals gather in the Serengeti River Valley and the southern plains. These are the most prized territories of the Serengeti. The riverine forests and marshlands create one of the most spectacular wild landscapes on the planet. This place, with its rich vegetation, has drawn a great number of herbivores. Most numerous are the herds of wildebeest, an iconic species of the African plains. They have a robust build, with a length of about 8 feet and a shoulder height between 4 and 5 feet. The weight of an adult can reach 550 pounds, making them one of the largest ungulates of the Serengeti. Their grayish-brown coat and distinctive curved horns make them easily recognizable. In a challenging ecosystem, wildebeest are low-level grazers, feeding mainly on short, young grass. They graze continuously, consuming vast quantities of grass to sustain their massive bodies. Despite their cumbersome build, wildebeest possess astonishing speed. When pursued, they can reach 50 miles per hour, outpacing many predators. The herd moves like a whirlwind, with each individual forming a solid barrier against enemies. Falling behind for just a second, a single animal's delay will decide its fate. Their unity and will to survive is a gift from creation, representing an unshakable resolve. The rainy season marks the peak of the wildebeest calving season. Some 500,000 calves are born in the first few weeks, ensuring survival through the power of numbers. Remarkably, a newborn takes just 10 minutes to stand and can run with the herd after only an hour. During their 8 to 9 months of gestation, the mothers prepare for this moment, ensuring the new generation is adapted. This mass birthing allows the young to be more easily protected and to mature quickly. The wildebeest, the Serengeti's principal migrant, plays a vital role in maintaining the grasslands. The migration is not just a procession, it is an organized processing machine. Zebras are the pioneers. They eat the tough, dry tops of the grasses. This action mows the lawn, exposing the softer, more nutritious leaves below for the millions of wildebeest that follow. They do not merely travel together, they need one another. Their migration contributes essentially to the life cycle of the savanna. The zebra, possessing a unique black and white striped coat, has no two individuals exactly alike. Each one bears a distinct design, as if sculpted by nature's own hand. Their stripes not only contribute to their extraordinary beauty, but also provide remarkable protection. With a body length of 7 to 8 feet, a shoulder height of 4 feet, and a weight of 600 to 800 pounds. When needed, a zebra can accelerate to 40 miles per hour, transforming into flashes of black and white. Unity is the key to their survival. When moving as a herd, their stripes blend together. In early March, when green grass carpets the Serengeti plains and water is plentiful, the zebra mares begin to give birth. This occurs after a gestation period of 12 to 13 months, the longest among the migrating herbivores. In each birth, a zebra produces a single foal weighing from 55 to 66 pounds. Within just 20 minutes of birth, the foal can stand, and after an hour, it can run alongside its mother. With a life of constant migration, young zebras have no time for weakness. Continuing the journey across the Serengeti plains, herds of Thompson's gazelles add a vibrant touch. With an estimated population of over 500,000, they are an emblem of the savanna. Thompson's gazelles are easily recognized by their slender bodies, with a height of 24 to 35 inches. They have long, slightly backward curving horns and a distinctive white patch under their tail. This feature not only makes them stand out, but also plays a crucial role in sending warning signals. These small flashes of the Serengeti savanna, these diminutive animals, possess incredible power. With speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, they run so swiftly when danger is sensed that even predators are challenged. The Thompson's gazelle demonstrates a remarkable survival ability in the harsh Serengeti environment. with a behavior known as stotting, a high leap with all four legs used as a form of alarm. Perhaps it is a reflection of a deep faith, a survival instinct bestowed by creation. The rainy season is a crucial time for the reproduction of Thomson's gazelles. After 5 to 6 months of gestation, the female gives birth to a single fawn when the plains are at their greenest. The newborn fawn must quickly adapt to the harsh life, ready to follow its mother and the herd. The habit of living in herds provides greater safety for the young, while the tight bond between mother and child is vital. With their agile nature as herbivores, Thomson's gazelles contribute to the ecosystem's balance. The swift steps of the Thomson's gazelle fade, giving way to the majestic and calm presence of the African buffalo. The African buffalo, an unmistakable symbol of strength in the African wilderness. Moving slowly across the moist grasslands, the African buffalo take advantage of the lush pastures and abundant water sources. With its immense size, the African buffalo is one of Africa's iconic Big Five. It is distinguished by a shoulder height that can reach 5.5 feet and a weight of 1,100 to 2,000 pounds. Their large, thick, backward curving horns, which can be over 3 feet long, not only protect them from predators. Lacking the speed or haste of the gazelle, herds of African buffalo advance with slow, deliberate steps. African buffalo often live in large groups, sometimes numbering in the hundreds, forming a formidable moving wall. Unity is the key to their survival. When they feel threatened, the entire herd masses together. Their strength comes not just from individuals, but from the cohesive spirit of their community. During the rainy season, the buffalo herds do more than just graze on the green plains. Their presence brings a peaceful yet powerful rhythm to the Serengeti grasslands. When water and young grass are abundant, African buffalo enter their most active breeding season. With a gestation of 11.5 months, the female typically gives birth to a single calf weighing between 66 and 110 pounds. Newly born, the calf quickly stands and joins the herd, where it is protected by the group's cohesion. The buffalo herd forms a defensive circle, with the adults surrounding the young in the center. As one of the great herbivores, African buffalo not only help control the growth of coarse grasses, hidden in the great, full rivers, the hippopotamus, the enigmatic giants of the Serengeti slowly emerge. With its immense size, the hippopotamus weighs from 2,900 to 4,000 pounds and can be up to 11.5 feet long. Its thick, pale, grey skin is characteristic, almost hairless, except for a few bristles around the muzzle. Its round eyes, broad nose, and small ears are set high on its head. A distinctive feature is its pair of long, sharp canine teeth, which can grow to 20 inches and serve as powerful weapons. With wide lips and an extremely strong jaw, a hippo can generate a bite force of up to 1,800 psi, one of the most powerful. Their resonant roar, which sounds like thunder when they warn off intruders, is an unmistakable sound. The rainy season not only brings abundant water, but also marks the most active breeding period for hippos. Females, pregnant for 8 months, choose to give birth in the water to avoid the attention of predators. At birth, hippo calves weighing from 55 to 110 pounds can instinctively swim and dive. By observing only its mother's silhouette, the calf finds a protective shield, allowing it to explore. A mother hippo cares for her calf with great devotion and will readily attack any perceived threat. The deep, cool waters of the rainy season become the hippo's characteristic territory, a sanctuary. Hippos defend their territories and their pods fiercely, confronting any threat with aggression. Furthermore, hippos create water channels in rivers and streams and enrich the soil with their dung. As the first rays of dawn touch the dew-covered plains of the Serengeti, a tense silence falls. This is the most dangerous time of day for the grazing herds. Because in the shadows of scattered trees and among the tall grass, the Serengeti's greatest fear is stalking. Silent footsteps, eyes as sharp as daggers, and movements that glide like phantoms in the morning mist. This is how the lion, the most formidable predator, prepares for its hunt. Lions rarely hunt alone. With a massive body up to 8 feet long and weighing around 440 pounds, the imminent danger seems to have been foretold long ago. They are highly social animals. Capable of accelerating to 50 miles per hour over a short distance, a lioness combines speed with power. The claws and bite of a lion are the ultimate terror for the herbivores of the Serengeti. Their powerful jaws, with a bite force of up to 650 psi, allow them to crush the bones of any prey. Their long, dagger-sharp canines penetrate deep into the prey's body, neutralizing any attempt to resist. The formidable power of the lion is a God-given authority and majesty. The lions of the Serengeti are renowned for their group hunting abilities, taking advantage of the vast plains. Due to the high density of herbivores, lions must frequently defend their territory. They use roars that can be heard from over 5 miles away. The male lion's duty is to protect the vast territory where his pride lives. They use their strength and majestic mane to project authority and ward off any threats. A fully grown male lion can weigh up to 550 pounds with a dark, thick mane symbolizing its age. Any intruder, including other male lions, who dares to cross their boundaries will face a fierce confrontation. The family bond in a Serengeti lion pride is evident not only in the hunt but also in the care of the young. Lionesses often give birth during the rainy season when food is more abundant. They cooperate to teach the cubs skills such as hunting, vigilance, and self-defense. This tight-knit cohesion creates a strong circle of survival, where every family member plays a role. In the Serengeti, the lion is not just one of the most feared predators. They also symbolize family unity and sacrifice, reflecting loyalty and mutual protection. As the apex predators in the food chain, lions play a critical role in regulating herbivore populations. In these tense confrontations, the female hyenas act as courageous warriors. Now, the two most formidable forces of the Serengeti are face to face. Piercing gazes and guttural growls echo in the air, while neither side gives ground. Though smaller, the hyenas, with their muscular bodies and courage born of survival instinct, they approach with a steady gait, ready to strike with an audacious resolve. The lion pride roars fiercely, but the hyenas do not retreat, determined to execute their strategy. It is the moment when the two wildest forces of the savannah collide. Both sides charge with an intense desire for survival, an unforgiving spectacle of power. Despite being fearsome predators with uncompromising strength, spotted hyenas also have a vulnerable side. These cubs are born during the rainy season, when the savannah is teeming with life. The abundance of food during this period provides the best conditions for the mothers to care for their young. They choose isolated dens or rock crevices as shelters to give birth, far from the eyes of other predators. When they are strong enough, they begin to emerge from their shelter, following their mothers on hunts, learning to stalk and steal prey. With every step beside their mother, the lessons of survival in the Serengeti are ingrained in them. At the end of the rainy season, the Serengeti plains change their appearance, giving way to the scorching heat of the first dry season. In June, the grass begins to wither, and the waterholes slowly evaporate under the intense sun. Left with no other choice, the herds must begin an arduous journey north, where water still remains. This difficult journey lasts from June to September, under the scorching sun of the Serengeti. The scattered acacia woodlands and the Grumeti River appear as a singular oasis. The tall canopies of acacia trees create cool shades, offering a precious respite. The clear water of the Grumeti River sparkles under the sun, becoming a crucial source of life. Although the days are unbearably hot, the nights bring a pleasant coolness. Here, every drop of water symbolizes hope, a motivation to continue the arduous journey. The quiet giants of the savannah, the Maasai giraffes, stand alone under the tall acacia trees. With a serene gaze fixed on the distance, they are an example of the unique design that nature provides. With a total height that can exceed 16 feet, the Maasai giraffe comfortably enjoys the freshest leaves. Their tongue, which can be up to 20 inches long, is extremely flexible and allows them to reach the most delicious leaves. This special adaptation allows them to exploit an exclusive food source on the savanna. They lead a distinct life, rarely competing with other herbivores. The coat of the Maasai giraffe, with its dark, jagged patches on a brown background, not only allows them to camouflage, these patches are not round as in other giraffe species. They are darker, longer, and more angular. Their large eyes and sensitive ears allow them to detect movements from afar, giving them time to escape any threat. In the arid lands of the Serengeti, the first rays of sunlight begin to illuminate the plains. The ground trembles under the steady footsteps of the silent giants, the African elephants. With a height of up to 13 feet and a weight exceeding 12,000 pounds, the elephant herd seems a mobile, living fortress. Under the scorching heat, their versatile trunks, composed of 40,000 muscles, work tirelessly. In the dry season, the elephant does not just find water, it creates it. Using its trunk and tusks to dig into dry riverbeds, it creates waterholes. But here is the marvel, it does not keep it for itself. This well becomes a public bar, saving the lives of hundreds of other species, from birds to leopards. The elephant is the ecosystem's chief engineer. The elephant herd continues its journey north, clearing paths as it moves through dense woodlands. What might seem like destruction is actually a natural process of regeneration that brings new life. Sunlight reaches the lower grass layers, stimulating the growth of new shoots. Each adult elephant can consume about 330 pounds of vegetation per day, sometimes more for the large bulls. On their journey, they act as natural seed dispersers. Thanks to them, the savanna is covered with a fresh green hue each day. More than just silent giants, elephants also symbolize unbreakable love and unity. They live in family groups, following the footsteps of the matriarch, usually the oldest and most experienced female. When a vulnerable member needs protection, the other elephants form a solid circle around it. Inside that shelter, the calves, after 22 months in their mother's womb, learn to use their trunks. As dusk falls, while the elephants advance calmly, they leave deep footprints in their wake. In the Serengeti, these are marks of a journey intertwined between life and survival, carrying a sacred mission. Nature always finds ways to express its diversity, and not all reptiles are small in size. The Nile monitor is one of the most majestic creatures of the Serengeti. The largest individuals can reach a length of 7 feet and weigh from 33 to 44 pounds. This is one of the largest lizard species in Africa. The Nile monitor has an extraordinary ability to adapt. Its long, robust body, covered in brown scales with yellow bands, allows it to camouflage itself. Its strong legs and sharp claws make it an excellent climber. In addition, it is an expert swimmer. The Nile monitor is an omnivorous reptile with an extremely varied diet thanks to its keen predatory instincts. It often stalks its prey in silence before launching a surprise attack with a powerful bite. Its diet includes fish, amphibians like frogs, large insects, birds, and especially birds' eggs. Its climbing ability allows it to easily access nests in trees. In the Serengeti ecosystem, the Nile monitor plays a crucial role in regulating the populations of small animals. They act as silent guardians in the riverine areas, preventing overpopulation. These seemingly discreet creatures are a clear testament to the harshness of nature. Under the scorching heat of the Serengeti dry season, a dark shadow appears silently among the low bushes and dense foliage. The leopard, with its agile body of 4 to 5 feet in length and weighing up to 200 pounds, unlike other predators, the leopard does not need to display its strength or cause devastation. On the open plains, the leopard skillfully uses dry thickets and the shade of bushes for camouflage. When the moment is right, it leaps with a powerful force, propelled by its strong hind legs. It reaches speeds of up to 36 miles per hour in seconds, covering 20 feet in a single bound. Even in the act of hunting, the leopard maintains an absolute silence, as if obeying a rule. In bushy areas, the leopard's hunting technique becomes more versatile, but no less ruthless. Hidden in the shadows, its spotted coat blends with its surroundings, making every movement almost invisible. When the prey enters its range, the leopard strikes with a powerful bite of around 350 psi. Thanks to its exceptional climbing ability, the leopard drags its prey up to the highest branches. Under the dense foliage, the Serengeti's leopard enjoys its reward in absolute tranquility. The leopard is not only a silent and formidable predator, but also a symbol of a primal survival instinct. It is a tangible testament to the cycle of life, where each creature has been created to fulfill a unique role. As a solitary predator, the leopard plays an important role in regulating populations of small animals. While the sun slowly blankets the Serengeti, the gentle sounds under the sun are replaced. The harsh, distinctive laughter of the spotted hyenas echoes across the savanna. The spotted hyena, with its robust body of 4 to 5 feet long and weighing from 130 to 175 pounds, during the harsh dry season, when food becomes scarce, hyenas do not hesitate to seek out carcasses. Thanks to their unique digestive system, they can consume bones and tendons that no other species can digest. However, when even these sources are depleted, their survival instinct forces them to become bolder. The hyena clan begins to stalk weak or injured prey, creatures with almost no strength left. They move with a disturbing synchronicity, unhurried but with an unshakable determination. Their eyes glow in the darkness, while each one advances in silence, tightening the circle. Hyenas, the tireless predators, use highly coordinated hunting tactics in every ambush. When the moment arrives, their chilling laughter reveals sharp teeth, ready for action. In this highly competitive world, the spotted hyena is a species that never gives up. They seize even the smallest opportunities to cling to life. By scavenging and hunting, spotted hyenas contribute to cleaning the environment, preventing the spread of diseases. July marks the beginning of the great, arduous migration across the Serengeti savanna. Over 1.2 million wildebeest, along with 750,000 zebras and numerous herds of gazelles. The thunder of hooves, clouds of dust, and incessant panting echo across the arid plains. The harshest challenge of this journey is the Mara River, the final daunting barrier. Many animals collapse from exhaustion, some fall prey to the monsters of the Mara, and only the strongest survive. Beneath the apparent tranquility of the Mara River lie deadly dangers. Enormous Nile crocodiles lurk silently. These reptiles, almost invisible in the murky water, with an impressive length of up to 20 feet and a weight exceeding 2,200 pounds, Nile crocodiles are the undisputed kings. The Mara River, seemingly calm, suddenly transforms into a stage for unforgiving confrontations. On the riverbank, the herds of wildebeest and zebra hesitate, filled with uncertainty. In the water, the predators wait patiently, as if they command the flow of time, waiting in silence. The river before them becomes mysterious and silent, as if issuing a subtle warning. Despite the pressure and hesitation, they have no choice. They must cross. A few brave animals move forward and plunge into the murky waters, breaking the surface with decisive leaps. As soon as the sound of tearing water rings out, the silence explodes with the sudden appearance of the predators. From the riverbed, a massive crocodile emerges at a speed of 22 miles per hour. The sound of splashing water merges with the desperate cries of the herd, echoing in the air. In an instant, the crocodile's powerful jaws clamp down securely around its prey. With a bite force of 5,000 psi, nearly 3 times that of a lion, the attack is over. The hunt ends in seconds, but the atmosphere becomes thick and suffocating. Beneath the surface of the Mara River, the dominant predators continue to lurk, silent and patient. The river sinks back into an absolute silence, as if the battle had never occurred. Is it possible for a species to survive without depending on water, even in the most arid regions? Faced with the dangerous Mara River, the Grant's gazelle does not rush like other species. Calmly, they seek alternative routes, taking advantage of spaces around the riverbanks. Each Grant's gazelle stands from 33 to 37 inches tall and weighs around 77 to 110 pounds. God has blessed them with a perfect design, allowing them to reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. Their sandy-colored coat covers their entire body, helping them blend into the arid plains of the Serengeti. A black stripe runs from the leg to the flank, clearly dividing the white coat of the belly and the brown above. Both males and females have smooth, lyre-shaped horns, which are not just defensive weapons. The Grant's gazelle stands out for its incredible ability to survive in arid environments. Instead of risking the Mara River crossing for water, this species can obtain all the water it needs from plants. Thanks to its ability to metabolize water from vegetation, the Grant's gazelle is not dependent on surface water sources. It is a rare and almost unique trait in the world of antelopes. With their high speed, they easily avoid dangers both in the water and on land. Every step it takes on the savanna is a testament to the incredible adaptive power of nature. While the Grant's gazelle finds its way around the Mara River, another predator approaches stealthily. It is the cheetah, the fastest hunter on the planet. Under the harsh Serengeti sun, its golden coat with small black spots allows it to almost blend in. With a slender body up to 5 feet long and weighing from 88 to 132 pounds, they not only hunt with speed but also employ intelligent strategies. On the plains of the Serengeti, speed is the most powerful weapon. The cheetah takes advantage of low bushes, approaching its prey stealthily with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, the cheetah bursts forth like a lightning bolt, shattering the silence of the savannah. It reaches a staggering speed of 60 miles per hour in just a few seconds. However, time is the cheetah's greatest enemy. In just 20 seconds, its maximum speed must bring it to its target. With a powerful leap, the cheetah bites into the prey's neck with a force of up to 500 psi. On the vast plains of the Serengeti, all sounds seem to vanish, leaving only the sound of panting breath. Thanks to its exceptional speed for hunting, the cheetah plays a role in controlling the population of young gazelles. After the intense chases on the savannah, thick clouds appear on the horizon. October arrives, and with it, the short, rainy season, a dramatic transition that awakens life. The first drops of rain fall on the Serengeti, like an unexpected gift, reawakening all life. Answering nature's call, the herds once again begin their migration towards the promised land. This journey is not only a quest for food, but also an immersion into an endless rhythm. When December arrives, the migration cycle closes with the return of the dry season. Will we let this magnificent spectacle remain only in memory, or will we rise to the challenge? An urgent cry for help echoes from the Serengeti, where the planet's greatest migrations are under threat. This ecosystem is not just a natural wonder, but also a source of life for millions of species. If we do not act immediately, we will lose a priceless heritage. These problems do not only stem from natural phenomena, but also silently arise from human interventions. Climate change and habitat loss are always primary concerns. The average temperature in the Serengeti has risen by about 1.5 degrees Celsius in recent decades. Furthermore, agricultural expansion and infrastructure construction have put immense pressure on the Serengeti. Wildlife habitat is increasingly shrinking, disrupting natural migrations. The Serengeti ecosystem, with its majesty and splendor, faces unprecedented challenges. The impact of human activities, though silent, is undeniable. The black rhinoceros has become a primary victim of poaching. Poaching remains a terrible threat. Every year, hundreds of rhinos are still killed across Africa for their horns. However, in the Serengeti, a glimmer of hope remains, as the black rhino population has increased tenfold. The Rhino Conservation Project has implemented anti-poaching measures, such as mobile units. The Serengeti now has a vast conservation system in which the national park plays a central role. The Serengeti ecosystem includes several wildlife reserves in Tanzania and Kenya. To conserve the Serengeti while promoting sustainable development, measures have been implemented. These are not just efforts to save nature, but also an act of respect for creation. This is the beginning of a new day. A day where the lines of survival are drawn ever more sharply. The savanna enters the most arid phase of the year, the deep, dry season, where all life is drawn to a single focal point, the waterhole. Under the increasingly intense sun, the shoreline recedes inward day by day, leaving behind a layer of cracked mud and a jumble of overlapping footprints. The small, shallow pools are the first to disappear. During prolonged droughts, the water level in many of the smaller holes drops steadily by 1 to 2 inches per day. In less than 2 weeks, a shallow depression can dry up completely. The remaining, deeper, wider waterholes become the final gathering points of the savanna. Every species converges. Whether it is an elephant leading its herd across dozens of miles or an impala threading its way through the bush, all are drawn to the one dwindling source. No more boundaries between predator and prey. No more choosing a safer time to drink. No more space to keep a safe distance. The waterhole becomes nature's last supper. The Cape buffalo are often the first to arrive simply because they are rarely far away. They make their way to the waterhole through the arid African savanna. These buffalo are widely distributed across southern and eastern Africa, with a total population of African buffalo estimated at about 513,000 individuals. That number continues to decline, a long-term trend driven by habitat loss, hunting, and climate change. They have adapted through a strong herd lifestyle. The groups can range from a few dozen to over 1,000 individuals, with a clear social structure and hierarchy. As they approach the waterhole, their first instinct is to drink. They usually arrive in the early morning or late afternoon to avoid the scorching heat. The mud along the water's edge offers more than just refreshment. The Cape buffalo wallow in it to cool down, protecting themselves from flies, mosquitoes, and parasites. Once it dries, the mud acts as a natural suit of armor. This is also when social interactions occur most frequently. But the waterhole is anything but safe. This life-sustaining resource always brings competition. Sometimes the Cape buffalo confronts a rhinoceros. But when the true giants arrive, all must make way. The greater threat, however, comes from the elephants. When an elephant herd arrives, the Cape buffalo almost always retreat. They are simply not in the same weight class as the largest land mammals on Earth. And while the African elephant is known for its gentle nature, they can become very territorial, especially near a waterhole. They do not just come to drink, they come to survive, a space to cool down, to care for their bodies, and to maintain the bonds that hold the herd together. An adult elephant can drink from 40 to 80 gallons of water per day, using its trunk, the only tool it has, to suck up each mouthful and spray it into its mouth. The waterhole is not just a place to drink. They are natural spas, playgrounds, and social centers. The young calves play, the adults spray water on each other, and the younger males test their strength in harmless sparring matches. When the surface water runs out, the elephants dig deeper, using their tusks and front feet to break through the dry mud or sand in search of hidden underground water sources. In doing so, they not only save themselves, but often uncover water for other species as well. This behavior has earned the elephant the title of ecosystem engineer. They are widely distributed across Africa, with a continent-wide population estimated at about 415,000 individuals. However, from 1964 to 2016, the number of savanna elephants has declined by as much as 70% and forest elephants by up to 90%, mainly due to habitat loss and poaching. Their migration is tied to the water. In the rainy season, the elephants wander far in search of fresh food. But as the dry season tightens its grip, they return to the most reliable waterholes. At the waterhole, the elephant reigns supreme. Their dominance can be forceful, even aggressive, but it is also how they secure the resources for their herd. Amidst the scorched plains of Africa, where the ground cracks like the skin of some ancient reptile, water is more precious than gold. The earth is cracked, the air vibrates. The waterhole, now just a shallow mud pit, becomes an arena for giants. An old bull elephant, his face patient but full of authority, approaches. But at the water's edge, a black rhino stands, its gaze defiant. Two monarchs of the savannah, each carrying the pride of its species, are now forced to confront each other for every precious drop of water. No roars, no howls, just a pressurized silence, a battle of wills where both know that a single small mistake could cost the weaker one dearly. Will the herd strength of the elephant subdue the solitary will of the rhino, or will its inherent stubbornness hold its ground? The unforgiving battle for life is happening right now. And in the dry dust, another figure steps out with a distinct toughness. The black rhino is not a species that is particularly attached to any one waterhole. They only seek out water during the quieter hours of the day. Each visit may last only a few minutes, enough to drink their fill before retreating to the safety of the surrounding bushes. In ideal conditions, they can drink up to 9 gallons of water per day. But in times of drought, they can go several days without drinking, relying instead on the moisture in the leaves they eat. The soft mud around the edge of the waterhole often bears their large, circular footprints. This cool, damp mud helps to regulate their temperature, and when it dries, it forms a natural shield that protects against UV rays and insects. Although largely solitary, the black rhino still leaves invisible messages around the waterhole. They mark the area with dung piles and by spraying streams of urine, signals that convey information about their sex and reproductive status. With a strong sense of territory and a volatile temperament, confrontations are often unavoidable. Encounters between two individuals can escalate into fierce battles, both using their sharp horns to attack. But in the dry season, access to water can be more precious than life itself. Then the sky changes, opening a new chapter of renewal. As the dry season ends, the sky over the savanna begins to change color. The first clouds of the season gather, heavy but full of promise. The first rains fall in light, scattered drops, then gradually become heavier and more regular, soaking the cracked earth. This is when the waterholes begin to transform. From shrunken mud puddles, they slowly fill, then overflow, pushing their boundaries wider day by day. No longer confined by the limits of the dry season, the waterholes expand, some doubling or even quintupling in size. The water is not just more abundant, but also cleaner. The heavy rains dilute the muddy bottom, washing away months of accumulated sediment. Around the waterholes, the landscape changes at a remarkable speed. In just 2 to 3 weeks of regular rain, fresh grass covers the ground. These young shoots are soft, tender, and rich in nutrients. An ideal food source for large herbivores like zebras, wildebeest, and buffalo. It is not just the local wildlife that responds. Migratory birds begin to arrive from Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East. And on the new water's surface, a graceful bird begins a peculiar walk. The newly formed shallow waters quickly become feeding and breeding grounds for wading birds. This is the time when a bird known by the nickname Jesus bird, the African jacana, begins its remarkable journey. They do not fly in a hurry. They arrive gently, almost silently, leaving delicate, fine footprints like brushstrokes on the floating lily pads. The African jacana's ability to walk on floating vegetation is one of nature's most incredible feats. They have exceptionally long toes and slender claws, which help to distribute their body weight over a much larger surface area. The rainy season waterhole environment is an ideal setting for this bird. The spreading, still shallow waters are filled with a jumble of floating plants that form a vibrant labyrinth. The African jacana weaves through the gaps in the leaves, using its long beak to gently probe the underside in search of insects, larvae, and spiders. Each cluster of leaves is a world of its own, and the jacana is a patient, graceful hunter. Unlike most bird species, the African jacana follows a completely reversed breeding system. The female is the larger, more brightly colored individual and the one who dominates the territory. It maintains a large area in which several males reside. After mating, the female lays her eggs in a nest built by a male, then quickly moves on to repeat the cycle with other partners. Meanwhile, the female is already in another corner of the waterhole, preparing for her next round of nesting. Instead of investing completely in one clutch, the female spreads the survival risk over multiple nests. And the male, although taking on the role of caregiver, is the key figure in preserving the species' genetic legacy. But this fragile peace is soon broken by a motionless grey shadow. After the African jacana has gracefully walked on the water, the scene opens up to fresh rainwater spreading across the savanna. In the stillness of the waterhole, a grey heron appears, as motionless as a statue in the shallow water. At nearly 3 feet tall with a wingspan that can be up to 69 inches, the grey heron is an unmistakable silhouette. And yet, when it stands perfectly still, blending in with the grey sky and the low bushes, it almost disappears from the sight of its prey. In the wet, slow rhythm of the rainy season, when everything softens and moves more gently, the grey heron's patient and silent hunting style becomes even more effective. It does not chase its prey. Instead, the heron uses an ambush strategy. It stands perfectly still, often on one leg, for many minutes. Beneath the murky water, fish, tadpoles, frogs, and insects go about their business, unaware that the long shadow above is waiting for the slightest movement. When the moment comes, the grey heron strikes with incredible speed. Its sharp, spear-like beak shoots down in a split second, precise and decisive. In the ever-moving ecosystem of the Waterhole, the grey heron is not particularly picky about its meals. Fish is still the top choice, but if a shrimp, a crab, a small crustacean, or even a vole or a stray chick comes too close to the water's edge, it will not be ignored. The Waterhole is also a social center for the grey heron. As the breeding season approaches, they gather in large groups, often nesting in tall trees near the water. A typical nest contains 3 to 5 pale blue eggs. After hatching, the chicks stay in the nest for 7 to 8 weeks until they are strong enough to spread their wings and fly. And yet, not all choose silence. Some turn the Waterhole into a dance floor. Some are permanent residents, while others migrate from the temperate regions to the south when conditions become harsher. Although they share the color grey in both their plumage and their name, the grey-crowned crane exhibits a completely different lifestyle. As the ground begins to retain water after the first rains, these cranes land with their wings spread, carrying a regal presence. Unlike the silent hunters like the grey heron, this crane rarely stands still. It moves constantly along the water's edge, each step graceful but purposeful. With each firm stomp on the damp ground, the mud beneath vibrates. Insects, frogs, and other small creatures hidden under the surface are startled and emerge. This foot-stomping feeding method is a characteristic behavior demonstrating the bird's intelligence in actively interacting with its environment. Their diet has few limits, from grasshoppers and crickets to seeds, young grass, lizards, worms, and sometimes even bird eggs. In the heart of the flooded plains, the grey-crowned crane is not just here to hunt, it is here to connect, to belong. The individuals are often seen in pairs or small family groups. They gather around the shallow pools, sipping the clear water, basking in the sunday. In the stillness of the landscape, those calls travel far, creating a kind of primal music that only those who have heard it in person can truly understand. Researchers believe that these dances are not just mating rituals, they strengthen the bond between the lifelong partners. Although not a long-distance migratory species, the gray-crowned crane does move seasonally, following the water sources and the promise of lush vegetation. They are widely distributed throughout eastern and southern Africa. This bird is the national symbol of Uganda, appearing in the center of its flag in a proud posture, representing grace, composure, and national pride. In the wild, the gray-crowned crane lives for an average of 20 to 25 years, and in captivity, they can live up to 35 or even 40. However, their status as a cultural icon does not come from their longevity, but from their refined demeanor, their complex social habits, and their unique ability to express emotion. Then suddenly, a brilliant red beak silently descends into the shallow water. The saddle-billed stork silently enters the shallow water. Its brilliant red beak, banded with yellow, glitters in the light. Unlike the ambush predators like the heron, the saddle-billed stork hunts with a more deliberate and active approach. It usually forages alone or in pairs, wading slowly through the shallow waters with a calm, focused demeanor. Its unhurried stride and sweeping gaze glide over the water's surface. But it is its large beak, nearly 12 inches long, that is the real hunting tool. Instead of striking randomly, the bird constantly dips its beak into the water, as if scanning for the slightest ripples beneath the mud. The moment the tip of the beak feels even the slightest twitch, be it a gentle flick of a catfish or a sideways crawl of a crab, the snap is instantaneous. When it catches a fish nearly half its own length, the stork will usually carry it to the bank, turning the fish with its beak to swallow it head first. At up to 5 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 8 feet, the saddle-billed stork is one of the largest birds in Africa. The males are generally heavier, averaging 14 pounds compared to the females' 13. An easy way to distinguish the sexes in the wild is by their eye color. Their preferred habitats are large, shallow wetlands, swamps, floodplain lakes, and seasonal river channels. The loss of wetland habitat, groundwater extraction, riverine deforestation, and agricultural runoff have shrunk their range. But the waterhole never stops. It continues to cycle, opening a new chapter of life and the battle for conservation. As the seasonal rains fill the natural depressions across the land, a waterhole is not merely a new pool on the savanna. It becomes the engine that restarts the entire ecosystem. From the nutrient-rich mud that attracts the return of aquatic life, to the lush green grasslands that draw the migrating herds, and even the arrival of the predators that follow their prey. In the rainy season, each waterhole becomes a biological crossroads from which life radiates. In the dry season, its role becomes even more crucial. Each day, the largest residents of the savanna need hundreds of liters of water just to regulate their body temperature and to survive. Even the species that can go longer without drinking rarely stray more than 2 days from a water source. In the dry season, when the average rainfall drops below 2 inches a month, the waterholes become essential gathering points. However, human intervention in the availability of water has not always produced the expected results. Studies have shown that the too even distribution of water sources has disrupted the natural movement patterns, putting pressure on the vegetation. Restricting the supply of artificial water is not about cutting off life. It is a strategy to restore balance. As the animals have to travel further to find water, the interval between the reproductive cycles of some of the largest species has increased. However, the role of a waterhole is not just to sustain wildlife. Thousands of animals drink, defecate, and urinate here, turning the area into a fertile strip of land. This cycle continues, tightly intertwined, silently precise, all without the need for a human hand. The Waterhole is a lifeline, a gathering place, a battlefield, a stage, all existing in a small space, but connecting hundreds of species. To humans, it may seem like nothing more than a mud puddle, but for the wild world, it is where life begins, regenerates, and reconnects. And as the rains begin to dissipate across the savanna, where the ground cracks and the dry bushes struggle under the heat, the waterholes are no longer a gift of nature. They become a battlefield against disappearance. In these conditions, the conservation efforts are launched with urgency and innovation. In Kenya's Tsavo Conservancy, 2 new boreholes have been drilled deep into the earth, providing a stable source of water for the people, their livestock, and the countless herds of wildlife. In Zimbabwe's Hwang National Park, over 25 hybrid solar and diesel-powered pumps operate continuously, keeping the waterholes full even at night. In South Africa, the artificial waterholes are strategically placed based on the specific preferences of each species. Each drop of water is now no longer something that falls freely. It is preserved thanks to the joint efforts of science, the local communities, and the silent guardians. But that life cannot exist without the protective hand of humans. Conservation is not just the job of organizations. It begins with the awareness and the small actions of each individual. Because when the natural world suffers anywhere, we, wherever we are, also lose a part of ourselves. And if you have ever experienced an African safari, watching the rhinos and the elephants gather at a waterhole to quench their thirst, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experiences. Your story could become the spark that ignites future conservation efforts. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to join us on our next extraordinary adventure. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippine spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Eta have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons: the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaroa, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippine spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Cheetah have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons: the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaroa, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. On the banks of the Letaba River, the ground trembles under heavy footfalls. The trees bend gently, and a low rumble signals the presence of the African elephant, the true engineers of Kruger. Weighing up to 6 tons, it is the largest land animal and a true shaper of this environment. Every movement it makes is deliberate. They open up paths, topple trees, and dig for water. Where they pass, the ecosystem is transformed. Their actions reshape the territory, creating clearings that allow for the regeneration of vegetation and the growth of new plant species. They are agents of both balance and destruction. The herds move in silent coordination. The hierarchy is strict, led by experienced females. The matriarch recognizes the ancient paths, guiding the group between water and food sources. Every decision is vital. Hunger and heat can decide the fate of dozens of lives. Not just relying on memory, the matriarch listens to the ground through her feet. She leads not just with memory, but with a sense deeper than hearing. She listens to the earth's pulse, feeling the distant thunder of another herd's passage. Or the promise of a coming storm as a tremor in the very bones of her feet. It is an ancient language of vibration, a secret conversation with the continent itself. Communication between them occurs through almost imperceptible vibrations transmitted through the ground. These sound waves travel for miles, connecting distant individuals in an invisible network. In the dry season, tensions rise. The Letaba River narrows, and the space along its banks becomes contested. Different groups watch each other with suspicion. The scent of water attracts not only the herbivores, but also the lurking predators. Every approach is assessed. Every step is calculated. The heat intensifies. The thick skin is covered in a layer of dust that protects from the harsh sun. Trunks dip into the warm water, spraying jets of water that soothe the body and mark the territory. Even under the scorching heat, Kruger is in constant motion. The distant sound of the river guides the elephants on their endless march, like an ancestral pulse of the continent. Where the elephants pass, the earth is renewed. But on the southwestern hills, another giant faces its own battle for survival. In the southwest of Kruger, the terrain changes. The plains give way to hills and cliffs. Amidst the dense vegetation of Bergon Dal, a solitary giant moves with steady steps. The rhinoceros. Its massive body seems an extension of the Earth itself, shaped by eons of adaptation and resistance. The rhino lives in silence. Its vision is limited, but its sense of smell and hearing compensate. Every sound, every change in the wind is a message. The smell of the earth, of rain, of danger, it decodes the environment with instinctual precision. The heat is cutting. The thick skin, covered in a layer of dried mud, acts as a shield against parasites and the sun. In the wallows, it submerges its heavy body, creating small pits that will later become a refuge for amphibians and insects. Even without knowing it, the rhino shapes the ecosystem. Its horns, its most recognizable feature, are also its undoing. Their value on the black market has made this animal a constant target. Despite its primitive appearance, the rhino has a complex social structure. The females and their young maintain small, stable territories. It was here that the inexperienced lion cubs targeted a weak rhinoceros calf. An easy meal if it were an orphan, but certainly not with its mother and a large male nearby. By mistakenly targeting the rhinoceros calf, the lion cubs inadvertently witnessed a breathtaking confrontation between two rulers of the savannah, the rhinoceros and the elephant. A bloodless display of power, re-establishing the power structure and teaching the young predators a valuable lesson in humility. A reminder to the lions of who truly holds the power. The adult males defend their territories fiercely, marking the borders with dung and urine, a clear warning. For a creature that walks in solitude, communication is written upon the land itself. These communal middens are not mere markers, they are chronicles left in the dust. A living library of scent that tells of who has passed, of their strength, their intentions, their readiness to mate. It is a silent conversation, read by all who share this ancient territory. It is an invisible social network, a map of sense that helps them navigate and communicate in their solitary world. When two males meet, the confrontation is inevitable. The sound of their bodies colliding echoes among the rocks. It is a short but intense dispute. In the late afternoon, the rhino moves towards the shade of the Lebombo Mountains. The air cools, the landscape falls silent. The giant rests, surrounded by a world that is still on alert. Even when motionless, it represents resistance, a living fragment of a past that is almost lost. Amidst the rock and dust, the rhinoceros bears the weight of its own history. On the vast plains of the Satara Plains, the horizon comes alive. Elegant silhouettes stand out against the sunset. They are the giraffes. At nearly 20 feet tall, every movement is calculated. Long legs and a colossal neck defy gravity. A powerful heart pumps blood over great distances to keep the brain functioning. A precise biological adjustment, the result of millions of years of evolution. Giraffes do not take unnecessary risks. Size is their defense, but also their vulnerability. Under the shimmering heat of the savanna, they keep a watchful eye on the horizon. They feed on the leaves of the acacia treetops, reaching for the foliage that no other herbivore can touch. Their tongue, long and coarse, wraps around thorny branches without injury. To defy the furnace of the African sun, the giraffe has engineered a miracle within its own skull. A delicate web of blood vessels in its nasal passages acts as an internal cooling system, chilling the blood on its journey to the brain. It is a masterpiece of biological architecture, ensuring that the mind of this giant remains clear and cool, even as the world around it burns. The social life among giraffes is discreet. Small groups form and dissolve without a fixed hierarchy. However, among the males, behavior changes when they compete for territory or females, turning their necks into weapons. Slow, deliberate headbutts decide who will dominate. During the day, the savanna is open and easy to survey. At night, it becomes a field of shadows. Height both protects and exposes. Giraffes minimize their movements, staying in familiar areas. They sleep standing up in short naps. Rest is never complete. Giraffes remain adapted to uncertainty. They represent elegance in resistance, a balance between fragility and strength. Its slow-moving, muddy waters conceal shapes that almost blend in with the riverbed. The intense heat and the silence of the banks suggest the presence of the continent's most ancient predator, the Nile crocodile. Motionless at first glance, it observes the world unhurriedly. Its body, covered in bony plates, reflects the light like wet stone. Only its eyes and nostrils break the surface. This predator does not hunt with speed, it hunts with time. It waits, measures the distance, analyzes the current. Its power lies in its patience. Its bite, one of the strongest on the planet, is an ultimate trap. The crocodile's power extends beyond its jaw. It holds a secret within its very heart. A unique valve allows it to consciously alter its own blood flow, a feat no mammal can perform. While submerged, it can redirect its circulation, sending a flow of acidic blood to its stomach. It digests its victims not just with enzymes, but with its own lifeblood, dissolving even bone and horn in a slow, internal fire. The water of life, but it demands a price. During the day, the earth warms the reptile's body, activating its slow metabolism. As the temperature drops and the sun weakens, it seeks refuge in the still water. Despite its fearsome reputation, the crocodile plays a crucial role in balancing the ecosystem, culling the weakest, preventing the spread of disease, and maintaining the purity of the natural cycle. The river is its domain, but also its prison. A few yards of land separate it from a world that is not its own. Out of the water, its heavy body loses its advantage. In it, it is absolute. This duality shapes its existence. Half shadow, half survival. In Satara, the new day begins with a sound of authority. A deep roar pierces the plains and silences everything around it. It is the call of the lion, the supreme predator of Kruger. The lion is power and strategy. It lives in cohesive groups, prides, where each individual performs a precise function. The females hunt, coordinated by instinct and silent communication. The males protect the territory, patrolling invisible borders with scent marks and a constant presence. No sound is wasted. Their routine consists of long periods of inactivity. Under the harsh heat, the lions rest for hours, conserving energy. The males, with their dense manes, bear the weight of leadership and threat. Every encounter between rivals is a power struggle that shapes the entire lineage. Meanwhile, the females are the backbone of survival. They hunt with precision and coordination. As the rivers run dry to their sandy beds, nature's trap begins to reveal itself. Driven by thirst, a herd of buffalo must venture into the treacherous quicksand. A pride of lions watches their every move. This small herd remains oblivious to the enemy's presence. The lead lioness hesitates for but a moment. The victim of this lightning attack is a young bull, an individual prone to straying from the herd's protection. The adults charge to the rescue, but it is too late. A male lion intervenes, holding them back, thwarting the rescue attempt. The carcass becomes a lavish feast. 15 hungry mouths vie for every piece of flesh. Hunger makes them forget all order. This is a life-saving source of protein for the great cats, helping them endure the harsh months ahead. On a land where the line between life and death is as thin as a step into quicksand, the pride once again asserts its absolute dominance. The young grow up under constant supervision. They learn by observing, imitating, and making mistakes. In just a few months, they understand that life on the savannah offers no second chances. As the heat subsides, the lion's behavior changes. They disperse throughout their territory, marking areas and reinforcing the hierarchy. In the lower Sabi region, the sound of hooves mixes with the rustle of grass. It is the zebras, the tireless travelers of Kruger. In the southern part of Kruger, near Lower Sabi, the environment changes. The vegetation is greener, and the river cuts through the landscape like a lifeline. Each individual is unmistakable. Each stripe tells a story. Just a moment of slowing down, and the price to pay could be a life. Zebras live in constant motion. The herds move in search of the young grasses, essential for their diet. This continuous migration keeps the ecosystem in balance, preventing soil erosion and making way for new plant species. They are, without knowing it, the gardeners of the savannah. Social cohesion is their greatest shield. Each group is formed by a dominant male, several females, and their young. Vigilance is constant. When one zebra raises its head, they all follow. Survival depends on synchrony. A simple whinny can save dozens of lives. The stripes act as a defense mechanism, confusing predators, distorting the perception of movement, and regulating temperature. A recent theory even suggests that the black and white stripes, especially on the face and legs, act as a natural insect repellent. Scientists believe this pattern disrupts the vision of biting flies like the tsetse fly, making it difficult for them to identify a landing spot. Essentially, a zebra's coat is an optical armor against pesky bloodsuckers. At dawn, they come down to the banks of the Sabi River. The water reflects the contrast of black and white, while the group approaches cautiously. Coexistence with other species is constant. Wildebeest, impala, and buffalo share the same grasslands. This coexistence reduces individual risk. During the day, the zebras stay in open areas, always in groups. They rest standing up with their senses on alert. The wind carries the scent of the earth and the distant sounds of predators. The zebras of Lower Sabi represent the natural cycle of the savanna: movement, adaptation, and vigilance. Where they pass, the earth is renewed, and the balance of Kruger is maintained. Along the rivers, hills, and plains, Kruger National Park reveals the complexity of African wildlife. From the giants that shape the land to the predators that maintain control. In Kruger, every life is part of a system that operates with precision. Elephant, rhino, giraffe, crocodile, lion, and zebra are all interconnected in a web of balance and survival. The park is not just a refuge, it is a portrait of nature's persistence against time and adversity. Here, strength is not just physical, it is the instinct to continue, to adapt, and to coexist. Leaving the sun-drenched savanna behind, our journey will take us across golden sands to the mystical beauty of the Red Sea. The Red Sea, a narrow strip of blue, cutting between the hot deserts of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. From above, it appears tranquil, almost lifeless. But beneath its surface lies a world unparalleled. This is one of the warmest and saltiest seas on the planet. Its waters, warmed by the tropical sun, nurture thousands of species of fish, corals, and invertebrates. The Red Sea is a living museum of evolution, where every coral reef, every tiny sea anemone, every shimmering fish tells its own story of survival, symbiosis, and the eternal struggle. This sea connects continents, cultures, and civilizations. But it is its underwater world that holds the secrets still invisible to most. Today, we will dive beneath the surface of the Red Sea to meet its inhabitants, to get acquainted with the fish that dance in its waters, with the corals that have built their cities over centuries. Welcome to a world where time is measured not in hours, but in tides and the breath of the reef. A world that reminds us of the true beauty of our planet. Amidst the vibrant coral towers, these small, colorful creatures can always be found. These are the Antheus, the golden beauties of the Red Sea. For the Antheus, every second of movement matters. They are always in motion, always dancing. They swim in schools, like a single living organism, catching the smallest plankton that drift with the current. The female Antheus are a vibrant reddish-orange, while the males turn a purplish hue and grow long, almost dragon-like, tail fins. Surprisingly, every Antheus is born female. Only the strongest will, over time, change their sex and become male to lead their harem. These small fish are not just the ornaments of the Red Sea. They are a vital part of the reef ecosystem. Without them, there would be no life to make these waters the most magical on Earth. In the world of the Antheus, there is no division into permanent females and those born as males. Their life is arranged differently. Each of these orange fish carries within it the potential to become something greater. When the harem loses its only male, a special moment arrives. And then one of the females begins to change. This is not just a change of role. This is not merely a change of role, but a rewriting of its very being. An ancient command awakens in its blood. Hormones surge, not to change its mood, but to reshape its future. It is a biological coronation, a sacrifice that ensures the survival of the dynasty. A few days later, the fish that was a normal female yesterday is now the new leader of the harem. It loses its old colors and acquires the iridescence of a mature male. This transformation may seem like a miracle, but in the underwater world, it is the result of a harsh necessity. If the Antheus could not change their sex, their harems would disintegrate. Among the schools of Antheus, it is easy to spot a larger silhouette with a bright red body dotted with blue spots. This is the coral grouper. It does not pursue speed. This predator prefers ambush tactics. The grouper chooses a dark hiding place among the corals, stands still in the water, and patiently waits. The grouper can be up to 1.5 feet long and weigh several pounds. It lives a solitary life, occupying a specific territory and guarding it jealously. Its body is densely covered with small blue dots, creating an illusion of shimmer. It is almost invisible. Its translucent body dissolves in the water. And only the thin stripes on its legs and the blue spots betray its presence. This is a shrimp of the genus Periclymenes, a true master of camouflage. Its life unfolds in a close alliance with corals and sea anemones. Here it finds protection, and in return it performs an important job, cleaning its host of leftovers and parasites. Such shrimp are the invisible janitors of the reef. Their long white antennae signal to the fish the cleaning has begun. The fish approach, open their gills and mouth, and the shrimp carefully picks away dirt and dead skin. The world of the Red Sea is sustained by such bonds. Forget the lumbering giants. Today's target is smaller, but far more perfect. The group moves in utter silence every glance. A command. No speed, no cover, only patience and ruthless precision. The first strike fails. But the next lands with the certainty of instinct. One life ends so that others may go on. There is a story told not in words, but in heavy footfalls. They are not just a herd moving across the savannah. They are a river of memory flowing through time. Within each of these giants lives the spirit of the fallen, lessons etched into every fold of skin, and the sorrow of partings that never fade. They come here not only to find water, but to find themselves in the shadow of their ancestors. Because for them this is not a migration, it is a pilgrimage. The heat builds slowly over the plains of South Luangwa, and the dust hanging in the air signals that something immense is approaching. In the distance, the ground begins to tremble, and a line of colossal shapes emerges between the mopane trees. They are African elephants. They cross the valley with a calm authority, but every step carries the weight of experience and the impact of a massive body. Standing over 13 feet tall and weighing up to 14,000 pounds, these animals shape the landscape as they pass. A single group can create entire clearings by removing trees with their tusks, which are in fact elongated upper incisors. This behavior, far from being destructive, is vital to the ecosystem. It allows light to penetrate, new vegetation to grow, and opens up spaces for smaller animals. In the arid environment of Luangwa, survival demands more than strength, and the elephants know it. With their wide ears acting as veritable natural radiators, they can regulate their body temperature even under the scorching sunday. But it is in their trunks that they carry their most precious resource. With over 40,000 muscles, this multifunctional structure is used to smell, touch, eat, drink, and communicate. It is also how the young learn about the world, guided by the careful touches of the matriarchs. These leaders are the oldest females with decades of stored memories. They know every bend in the river, every ancient well, and every hidden danger. Under their guidance, the herd moves with precision, and even when drought turns the valley into a dusty desert, the elephants can dig deep, finding water. Over time, they have left their mark across the region. Trails have been opened in dense forests, seeds dispersed in unexpected places. They do not just live here, they keep the system functioning. Recent studies show that Luangwa's elephants are capable of distinguishing dozens of sounds with extreme precision. In addition, they use low-frequency sound waves, inaudible to us, to communicate over long distances, up to 6 miles. It is in this silent and invisible way that the groups remain connected even when they are far apart. The social structure is deeply complex. The curious and clumsy calves follow the adults on long journeys, learning with every step. Despite their ecological importance and impressive skills, these giants face threats. In many parts of Africa, elephant numbers have plummeted. But in the Luangwa Valley, the story is not yet over. Patrols, GPS tracking, and collaboration with local communities have helped keep the groups active. As the sun disappears behind the escarpment and the sounds of the valley change their tone, the elephants gather in compact groups, like families united against adversity. And even when everything seems harsh, they continue walking, step by step, trusting in the memory, leadership, and collective instinct that has kept them standing. The scarce water of the Luangwa River recedes as the dry season advances. In the remaining shallow pools, a group of rounded, motionless shapes seems to doze under the intense sunday. But do not be deceived by their peaceful appearance. There, partly submerged, are the hippos, the silent guardians of the shallows. During the day, they remain almost immobile, with only their nostrils, eyes, and ears protruding from the muddy water. This posture has a clear function: to protect their sensitive skin from the intense solar radiation. To do this, the bodies of these giants produce a reddish mucus, often mistaken for sweat or blood. It is a biological fluid with antibacterial properties that acts as a natural sunscreen, a unique adaptation among mammals. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and up to 13 feet long, a mature male can weigh up to 4,000 pounds. Despite its impressive weight, its movement in the water is not traditional swimming. It walks or bounces along the riverbed, propelling its body with gentle but firm movements. Its agility in the water is surprising, but it is out of the water where the hippo truly reveals its brute strength. With lips up to 27 inches wide, they feed on low grasses, cutting the vegetation close to the ground. A hippo can consume up to 88 pounds of grass in a single night and travel up to 5 miles to find food. This solitary and methodical behavior allows for maximum use of the pastures without the need to move in groups. Although they are herbivores, hippos possess a powerful jaw with canines that can reach 20 inches in length, and a mouth that opens to an angle of over 150 degrees. These natural weapons are not used for eating, but in territorial disputes, especially between males. The confrontations are fierce and, in some cases, lethal. Each group consists of a dominant male, several females, and their offspring. The underwater territory is fiercely defended. The bellow of a hippo can be heard from over half a mile away, echoing as a warning to any intruder. The reproductive cycle is also adapted to the aquatic environment. Mating and birth often take place in the water. Gestation lasts about 8 months, and the calves are born weighing between 55 and 100 pounds. Interestingly, they can suckle both underwater and on land. During their first year of life, they are fiercely protected by their mothers, who do not hesitate to confront threats. Despite their passive appearance, hippos have an unpredictable temperament. They are responsible for more human fatalities in Africa than any other large mammal. Beyond its individual power, the hippo plays a vital ecological role. As it moves between land and water, it transports nutrients. In Luangwa, the hippo population remains relatively stable, thanks to the presence of natural lagoons like Luamfwa and Kapamba. And even when the water disappears and the mud hardens, the hippos remain silent, solid, ancient. Under the fiery sun, bathing in the cool stream is a rare pleasure for the herd. But this peaceful moment is soon over. Other rulers have arrived, claiming the riverbank cold and silent. No one dares to challenge that power. Except one, it has never known fear. A gentle nudge, then another. Confidence grows with a touch of arrogance. Together, they reclaim the riverbank inch by inch. And as the water falls silent once more, they quietly savor their victory, in the very place where fear once reigned. The still water is deceptive. At first glance, nothing moves, but amid the distorted reflections of the sky and vegetation bordering the shallow channels, something is watching. Immobile, patient, almost imperceptible, it is the Nile crocodile, the absolute master of the art of ambush. Reaching up to 20 feet in length and weighing over 1,500 pounds, it is Africa's largest reptile. But its power lies not only in its size, but in how it uses the environment to its advantage. Its flattened body, raised eyes, and nostrils located on top of its head allow it to remain almost completely submerged, invisible to its prey. And when it decides to strike, the moment is lethal. An explosive launch, a devastating bite, and the story is over. Its bite force is one of the greatest ever recorded in the animal kingdom, around 5,000 pounds of force, enough to crush thick bones with ease. Its strategy does not depend on speed, but on precision. It does not need to chase anyone. It waits, and when it acts, it all happens in silence. Although its main diet consists of fish, the Nile crocodile is an opportunistic predator. It preys on water birds, small and medium-sized mammals, other reptiles, and when necessary, even members of its own species. On the sandbanks of the Luamphwa and Kapamba lagoons, it reigns supreme, dominating the shallows with authority. Despite being a fearsome hunter, there is a surprising aspect to the crocodile's life: its parental care. However, the mortality rate for the young is very high. Predatory birds, large fish, and even other crocodiles are constant risks. With a lifespan that can exceed 60 years in the wild, the Nile crocodile is the embodiment of adaptation. It has survived for millions of years, crossing geological eras and maintaining its strategies almost unchanged. In South Luangwa, the stability of its population is still possible thanks to the presence of relatively conserved aquatic ecosystems. The water's surface is unbroken, deceptively calm. But beneath that stillness, a primal killing machine is counting every breath of its prey. For the crocodile, time is meaningless. It can wait for hours, even days, as motionless as a rotting log, a part of the river itself. It does not hunt with speed. It hunts with the patience of millions of years of evolution. And when the young antelope, driven by thirst, lowers its head to the water, it unwittingly steps into the domain of death. An explosion from the shadows, a snap that shatters the silence. The game is over before it has even begun. During severe droughts, competition for territory becomes even more intense, and any carelessness can be fatal, even for predators. At dusk, when the heat begins to subside and the animals approach the banks to quench their thirst, the crocodile remains still. The light reflects off its scaly skin as if it were a wet rock. And only when the prey bends down, distracted, does it transform from shadow to attack. As the afternoon heat begins to fade and the sky turns golden over the Luangwa savanna, a different kind of silence takes over. It is not the end of activity, but the prelude to something greater. The sounds diminish, the movements cease, and attention spreads like a hot breeze. It is then that it appears, the lion. Without noise, its presence alters the behavior around it. There is no haste in its steps, nor any need to demonstrate its power. The others simply know. The territory it walks on is its own, and the silence of the savannah bows to its authority. In the heart of Luangwa, lions still form stable populations, distributed in cohesive family groups known as prides. Each group is led by one or more experienced lionesses, responsible for hunting and caring for the young. The adult males defend the territory, ward off rivals, and ensure the continuity of the lineage. It is a society where every function has value, and none is superfluous. The lionesses are innate hunters. At night, they use the darkness as their ally. Their vision is 6 times more sensitive than a human's in low light, and their hearing detects movements from hundreds of yards away. The attack is coordinated. While one takes a frontal position, the others circle around the flanks. By the time the target realizes, it is too late. The speed of the attack is impressive. A charging lion can reach 50 miles per hour with leaps exceeding 36 feet. But success is not guaranteed. Studies show that only about 25 to 30% of hunts end successfully. The energy cost is high, and every mistake is paid for. During the day, the group rests, sheltering in the shade of low trees or among rock formations. The heat of the valley demands energy conservation. The cubs play, learning by observation and gradually trying out the movements they will one day use for real. The females surround them with constant attention, as any lapse can be fatal. However, the stability of these groups depends on fragile conditions. In the last 30 years, the lion population in Africa has declined by over 40%. According to recent data, only between 20,000 and 25,000 individuals remain in the wild. In South Luangwa, the outlook is more hopeful. Conservation and anti-poaching efforts have allowed groups like the old Big Pride, which once had over 30 individuals, to maintain their descendants. The Muamba and Sefu areas are home to lineages that have survived the fragmentation of the original group. The new formations still exhibit the same skills, the same silent hierarchy. The lion is not just a predator. It is a symbol of ecological balance. Its presence regulates populations, prevents imbalances, and keeps the savanna moving in harmony. And as the sun bids farewell to the savanna, the landscape takes on another color. The shadows lengthen, the crickets intensify their sound, and the lions rise, leaving their rest behind. They walk among the tall grass with the silence of a ghost, but with the impact of a thunderclap. Because there, in the heart of Luangwa, the night belongs to them. As the first rays of sun touch the tops of Luangwa's dry trees, a harsh and unmistakable sound breaks the morning silence. It is not a roar nor a blast. It is the alarm call of a chakma baboon, the awakening of one of the most intelligent societies on the African savanna. From the highest branches to the rocky slopes, the groups organize with surprising efficiency. They consist of 20 to 80 individuals, and each member knows its place in this complex hierarchy. The adult males, which can stand over 4 feet tall and weigh up to 88 pounds, stand out in both size and function. They lead, protect, and often decide the direction the group should take. The smaller and more agile females maintain the group's cohesion through strong social bonds. Grooming each other, caring for the young, and sharing food are not just affectionate gestures, but survival strategies. Their coat, usually grey-brown with thicker areas on the nape, blends in with the reddish earth and the exposed rocks of the hills. Natural camouflage. During the dry season, the groups migrate to higher areas where visibility is better and the more rugged terrain favors vigilance. In the rainy season, they descend in search of fruiting trees and denser vegetation, especially along the Luangwa River. The diet of these primates is a true testament to their flexibility. They are omnivores, and that gives them an advantage in any circumstance. They consume roots, shoots, seeds, fruits, insects, bird eggs, and even small vertebrates. This versatility allows them to overcome periods of scarcity with relative stability. But the strength of the chacma baboon lies in its ability to communicate. They use over 30 different vocalizations combined with precise facial expressions and body postures. These signals serve to warn of dangers, coordinate movements, and express emotions. Recent studies show that the body language of the chacma changes depending on the terrain, social relationships, and the context of risk. In times of danger, the males can join forces in a collective response. They have been observed confronting larger predators to protect the young, throwing stones, baring their teeth, or emitting deep, threatening sounds. It is not their individual strength that makes them formidable, but their ability to act as a coordinated unit. At dusk, the sounds of the group diminish. The chacma baboons once again climb to the highest branches, where they spend the night. It is there that the young huddle, protected among the adults. The shadows grow, but the organization remains. And at the next dawn, the cycle begins again. The chacma baboon is not just a resilient primate. It is an architect of the group, a strategist of the jungle. Among the high and rugged slopes of the Mshinga escarpment, where the ground is dry and the vegetation sparse, a group of agile shapes moves through the branches. They are the vervet monkeys, small, quick, and extremely alert. Here, where life demands instant decisions, every look, every gesture, every sound can be the difference between life and death. With their silver-gray fur and dark faces, vervet monkeys are almost unnoticeable in the diffuse light of the trees and the tangled branches. But behind this description lies a complex society. They live in groups of 20 to over 50 individuals, where order is maintained by a clear hierarchy. This social behavior is supported by one of the most complex communication systems among non-human primates. More than 60 different gestures and 36 vocalizations make up their vocabulary, and each sound carries a specific message. Group members recognize each other by their calls alone, and this maintains cohesion even in situations of dispersal. During the day, vervet monkeys explore the ground for food, moving between clearings and shaded areas. They are omnivores. Leaves, fruits, flowers, eggs, insects, and small vertebrates make up their diet. This variety allows them to adapt to different seasons, overcoming periods of scarcity with opportunistic choices. But the ground presents risks, so vigilance is constant. While part of the group feeds, others watch. The highest positions are occupied by sentinels who watch over every angle. At the slightest strange sound, the flapping of an eagle's wings or the rustle of leaves in the distance, the group reacts instantly. In a matter of seconds, they are back in the trees, out of reach of predators. At dusk, the group retreats to the treetops, usually in trees with branches about 23 feet above the ground. There, they rest in a tight formation, protecting the youngest and maintaining organization. Although there are no exact statistics on the number of vervet groups in South Luangwa, field observations suggest their presence is stable. But do not be fooled. Behind their curious appearance and small size is a mind that never stops working. Vervet monkeys are masters of anticipation. They know when to move, what to avoid, how to survive. In the nature of Luangwa, where strength, size, and dominance often define the main characters, the vervet monkey occupies a unique place. Not by intimidation, but by attention. Not by force, but by strategy. And in the end, that is all they need. The dust rises gently in the distance, and the muffled sound of hundreds of synchronized steps marks the rhythm of the savannah. Under the harsh sun of the Luangwa Valley, one of the most imposing groups of the African wild emerges, the Cape buffalo. From a distance, they look like a single moving mass, but up close, one recognizes the complexity of their social structure. The robust males, weighing nearly a ton and standing over 5.5 feet at the shoulder, walk steadily on the flanks of the herd. The females move in small family groups, guiding the collective decisions with almost imperceptible gestures. Every movement is coordinated. Every stop has a reason. In this large group, decisions are not made by force, but by consensus. An often observed behavior is the so-called directional voting. Direction they wish to go. The majority decides the course, and then, as if following a silent signal, the entire herd sets off together. The diet of the Cape buffalo is based almost exclusively on grass. They are excellent grazers, and that makes them dependent on green areas. During the rainy season, the abundance allows for less movement, but in the dry season, they are forced to approach the Luangwa River, where vegetation still persists. The proud roars echo, believing victory is firmly in their claws. A young buffalo has been separated from the herd, and the hunt seems to be nearing its end. But they have made a fatal mistake. They have underestimated the fury of a family. They stop, turning as one. Hundreds of curved horns, like scythes, are now pointed at their enemy. The fear in the prey's eyes has vanished, replaced by a collective rage. Now, the hunters have become the hunted. The savannah is about to witness a brutal truth. Sometimes the most terrifying thing is not the roar of the ruler, but the silence of those who refuse to back down. And even when faced with this risk, they do not back down. They cross in groups, protecting the youngest among the larger bodies. It is one of the few species that can make a crocodile hesitate. And if a predator dares to attack a calf, the response can be brutal. Scenes have been recorded in which the entire herd turns against the attacker, forcing even experienced lions to retreat. But this species does not live by strength alone. Its internal organization is surprising. The older males, often called lone generals, live in separate groups known as bachelor groups. Despite not being a carnivore, the Cape buffalo is often called the Black Death. This nickname comes from its unpredictable behavior. When it feels threatened, it does not flee, it confronts. And few predators want to stand in the way of a group that decides to counterattack with all its might. In the Luangwa Valley, life is harsh. Resources are limited, and competition is constant. But the Cape buffalo shows that true strength can come from unity, collective strategy, and the willingness to protect one's own. At dusk, when the golden light bathes the savanna and the sounds of the night begin to emerge, the herd continues its journey. Slowly but decisively. An ancient force that cuts through time with heavy, sure steps. In Luangwa, every animal has a role, every trail tells a story, and every day lived is a victory over scarcity, heat, and constant danger. There is no room for weakness. Only those who know how to listen to the earth, follow the herd, act at the right moment, or simply wait in silence, survive. The sharp strategy of the lion, the vigilance of the vervet monkey, to the collective power of the buffalo. The savanna vibrates with a primal force that defies time. It is in this wild context, shaped over millennia, that life continues, not as a spectacle, but as an essence. The Aurora mangrove forest is also one of the last refuges of the Luzon bleeding heart dove, a pigeon species endemic to the island of Luzon. This bird, marked by a red patch on its breast that resembles a bleeding heart, sings a mournful tune as it faces extinction due to habitat loss. The Aurora mangrove forest acts as an important carbon sink. These mangrove forests not only shield the coast from tsunamis, but also reduce the force of typhoons by 60 to 80%, acting as a living shield for the vulnerable coastal communities. The Aurora mangrove ecosystem, a lush green labyrinth, holds extraordinary stories of survival. Here, the mudskipper, a unique amphibious fish, demonstrates the remarkable adaptability and evolution of nature. Amidst the mudflats and the intertwined mangrove roots, the mud skipper is the embodiment of a conqueror, standing on the boundary between the sea and the land. The mud skipper carries the legacy of an extraordinary evolutionary journey over millions of years. Its ancestors transitioned from a fully aquatic life to a rare amphibious lifestyle. The mud skipper has the ability to absorb oxygen through its skin and the lining of its mouth, allowing it to survive in the oxygen-poor environment of the mudflats. Not only that, they also carry natural oxygen tanks. Before coming ashore, they fill their gill chambers with water. This water, along with the dissolved oxygen in it, allows them to breathe even while on land for an extended period. Essentially, they are explorers carrying their own scuba gear. The Aurora mangrove forest, a vibrant tableau of life, is also a refuge for the long-tailed macaque. With its swift currents and muddy terrain, the mangrove forest creates the perfect stage for this primate to hone its survival skills. The mangrove roots that rise above the water like outstretched arms help the monkeys to avoid threats from snakes or crocodiles. Living in troops of 10 to 30 individuals, the long-tailed macaque maintains a complex social structure with well-defined roles and relationships. They are particularly fond of crustaceans such as crabs and shrimp, and can even catch small fish. Their dexterous hands are effective tools for breaking crab shells or extracting food from the smallest crevices in the tree roots. At the same time, their accidental dropping of seeds during their movements helps to regenerate the mangrove forest, making them natural seed dispersers. The Aurora mangrove ecosystem, with its complex network of intertwined roots, holds the mysterious stories of the fierce vitality of nature. Hidden in the mud and the quiet creeks, the water monitor moves like a silent ruler of this land. Millions of years ago, the ancestors of these lizards began their journey of adapting to various environments. Over time, the water monitor has evolved to thrive in diverse ecosystems, from dense jungles to brackish waters. Its hunting tactic reveals the sophistication of a master predator. Hidden underwater or in the mud, it waits for the perfect moment to strike, launching a lightning-fast snap with a powerful bite. However, the water monitor is not just a formidable predator. It plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. As a scavenger, it helps to remove animal carcasses from the environment, reducing the spread of disease and ensuring the mangrove forest remains healthy. Beyond the land, the Philippine Sea, with its over 7,641 islands scattered across the Pacific, hides a mysterious and vibrant underwater world. Here, the sandy seabed and the coral reefs form the crucial pieces of a rich and enchanting marine tapestry. The tropical climate of the Philippines, with a stable sea temperature of 77 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, provides ideal conditions for coral to grow. The Pacific Ocean currents bring nutrient-rich waters, breathing life into the coral reefs. Each square feet of coral reef can contain hundreds of species, turning these underwater landscapes into the rainforests of the sea. In the vastness of the ocean, the Verde Island Passage stands as a marine corridor and a living museum of life. Dubbed the center of marine biodiversity in the world, its coral reef ecosystem is where nature dons its most brilliant attire. The coral reefs of the Verde Island Passage stretch to the south of Luzon, between Batangas and Mindoro, nestled in the Coral Triangle. The coral reefs of the Philippines have a total area of 22,400 miles, accounting for over 9% of the global coral reef area. The Verde Island Passage alone, with over 300 coral species and 800 fish species, is not just a residence but also an important stopover for migrating marine creatures. If the ocean is the heart of our planet, then the Verde Island Passage is one of its most powerful beats, nurturing life for the entire world. The coral reefs here are home to over 500 species of coral and thousands of species of fish. Among them, the giant clam stands out as a biological island, providing shelter and food for countless smaller creatures. This giant creature, with a length of up to 4 feet and a weight of over 440 pounds, is a living wonder and a testament to the perfect harmony between life and its environment. And they are not just giants, but also centenarian witnesses of the ocean. The giant clam can live for over 100 years, silently recording the changes of the coral reef through many human generations. Each growth ring on their shell is a diary page of the ocean's history. Inside its tissues, the tiny zooxanthellae algae perform photosynthesis, converting sunlight into energy that not only nourishes the algae but also allows the giant clam to grow to its impressive size. Although immobile, the giant clam uses sophisticated survival strategies. It opens its shell to filter hundreds of gallons of water per day, absorbing plankton and small nutrient particles. When it senses danger, its shell snaps shut with incredible speed, forming an impenetrable fortress. However, the overharvesting for its valuable shell and meat has pushed this species onto the vulnerable list of the IUCN. Climate change, with the acidification of the ocean and the rising water temperatures, has further reduced their ability to reproduce and grow. In the deep blue waters, the ocean sunfish glides slowly, occasionally surfacing as if sunbathing. This behavior not only helps to regulate its body temperature, but also allows seabirds and small fish to remove parasites from its skin. With its enormous size, up to 10 feet long and weighing over 5,000 pounds, the ocean's sunfish seems to be a living embodiment of time. On this stage, the whale shark takes center stage, captivating with its enormous size and majestic presence. As the largest fish in the world, reaching lengths of up to 40 feet and weighing up to about 44,000 pounds, the whale shark is the embodiment of the greatness that nature bestows upon the marine ecosystems. The lineage of the whale shark extends back millions of years, dating back to a time when the oceans were still pristine and chaotic. Unique evolutionary traits, such as a wide mouth for filtering plankton and fish eggs, have allowed it to adapt perfectly to the tropical marine environment. In the Verde Island Passage, the millions of plankton and fish eggs that float in these waters provide an ideal food source for this gentle giant. With a distribution that spans across the warm oceans of the world, the whale shark is most concentrated in nutrient-rich areas like Donsol and Sorsogon. Here, they can easily access the abundant food sources, maintaining their incredible size and strength. The deep waters of the Verde Island Passage, likened to a living watercolor painting, are home to these gentle giants. Gliding with ease, the whale sharks move through the ocean like living battleships, massive but graceful. Their 4-inch thick skin, adorned with white patterns that resemble a star map, is not just a natural beauty, but also a sturdy shield. Beneath the crystal-clear waters of the Verde Island Passage, the whale shark employs a unique and elegant feeding technique. Opening their mouths up to 5 feet wide like giant caverns, they filter millions of gallons of seawater each day. The tiny plankton, fish eggs, and other small marine organisms are trapped by their sophisticated filtration system, while the water exits through their gills. The whale shark's journey is rhythmic and energy efficient. Swimming at a slow pace of only 3 miles per hour, they can travel thousands of miles each year in search of nutrient-rich waters. The whale shark does not rely on predatory strength, but on patience to feed. In doing so, they help to prevent the blooming of plankton, maintain the oxygen levels in the water, and protect other marine species. However, their beauty and size cannot shield the whale shark from threats. Pollution, illegal fishing, and collisions with ships have significantly reduced their numbers. According to a 2023 report by the IUCN, the whale shark is now classified as endangered. The dugong, belonging to the order Sirenia, is one of the remaining jewels of the ocean. With its slow, graceful movements, elongated body, and contemplative eyes, the dugong seems to carry within it the essence of a distant past. The IUCN has classified this species as vulnerable due to a significant decline in its population. The dugong is the only marine mammal that feeds exclusively on seagrass, using its wide, flexible snout to uproot patches of seagrass, leaving feeding trails across the ocean floor. The seagrass meadows are not only the dugong's sole source of nutrition, but are also crucial for maintaining marine biodiversity. Their feeding process, which takes hours each day, promotes the growth and regeneration of the seagrass in a natural way. The role of the dugong in the ecosystem is irreplaceable. They are the gardeners of the sea, sustaining life and creating habitats for many species of fish, crustaceans, and invertebrates. The Verde Island coral reef, a vibrant intersection of color and life, is home to a tiny but extremely powerful creature, the blue-ringed octopus. With its glowing blue rings that resemble a living masterpiece of nature, this creature is not just a testament to the wonders of the ocean, but also a symbol of latent power. The Verde Island coral reef, with a depth of 1.5 to 160 feet, provides the perfect environment for the blue-ringed octopus to hide and hunt. The rock crevices, the seagrass meadows, and the coral reefs provide both shelter and the opportunity to display its special camouflage skills. Using specialized chromatophore cells, it can change its color to blend in with its surroundings, making it almost invisible to its enemies. When threatened, its vibrant blue rings light up brilliantly, serving as an unmistakable warning signal. The blue-ringed octopus uses a hunting strategy that is a perfect combination of speed and precision. With its sharp beak, it injects a highly potent neurotoxin into its prey. This mixture of toxins, many times more powerful than cyanide, can cause paralysis and respiratory arrest in just a few minutes. And the most frightening thing is that there is currently no antidote. Its bite is often painless, so the victim may not realize they have been attacked until it is too late. Those beautiful blue rings are not an invitation, but a deadly warning. In the Verde Island coral reef ecosystem, it plays a crucial role in controlling the population of small crustaceans, maintaining ecological balance. Hidden in the soft sand and the muddy seabed beneath the Verde Island coral reef, the mimic octopus appears as a master artist of the art of camouflage. This octopus is the embodiment of creativity and sophistication in nature. Each movement, each transformation of its shape is like a complexly choreographed dance. The mimic octopus has evolved over millions of years to perfect its ability to imitate other animals. From the venomous sea snakes and the drifting jellyfish to the graceful stingrays, it can transform into whatever it needs to ensure its survival. In the coral reef ecosystem, where every corner holds a potential danger, this skill is the key to its survival. This unique creature usually resides at depths of 6 to 130 feet in areas where sand and mud blend seamlessly. With tentacles 23 to 26 inches long, the mimic octopus glides gently over the ocean floor in search of small prey like crabs and shrimp. With a powerful jet of water, it blows away the sand to reveal the hidden prey, then quickly captures it with remarkable precision. In the depths of the Verde Island coral reef, A tiny but magical creature lives quietly, blending in with the soft coral branches. The pygmy seahorse, also known as the bargibant seahorse, is so perfectly adapted, it seems to have been born from the ocean's vivid and dreamy imagination. At only about 0.8 inches long, this seahorse is almost invisible in its habitat. Its bumpy skin, adorned with small tubercles, mirrors the texture of the Muracella coral it inhabits. This camouflage not only provides them with absolute protection from their enemies, but also creates an astonishing harmony with their surroundings. Over millions of years of evolution, the pygmy seahorse has developed a compact body, a unique skeletal structure, and a color that perfectly matches the host coral. The habitat of this remarkable creature is the pristine coral reefs at depths of 52 to 130 feet. The pygmy seahorse is not just a testament to the vibrant ecosystem, but also plays a crucial role in maintaining the ecological balance. By feeding on plankton, they help to control these populations and serve as an essential link in the ocean's food chain. However, the survival of this tiny seahorse is under serious threat. The harvesting of coral, climate change, and marine pollution are seriously degrading their habitat. According to the IUCN 2023, the pygmy seahorse is classified as near threatened. Amidst the crystal-clear waters of the Verde Island coral reef, a remarkable creature drifts gracefully, holding the secrets of millions of years of evolution. The cuttlefish of the order Cepiida is the embodiment of intelligence and the art of adaptation. With its lightning-fast, color-changing ability and unique hunting strategies, it is one of the ocean's master chameleons. The cuttlefish has an ancient evolutionary history, sharing an ancestor with the octopus and the squid. Over millions of years, it has evolved into a species with an extremely large brain, ranking it among the most intelligent invertebrates. Inside its body, the cuttlebone provides buoyancy control, allowing it to position itself perfectly in the water column. The cuttlefish is both cunning and beautiful. Their ability to change color is not just camouflage, but a complex visual language. They can create hypnotic, rippling patterns to disorient their prey, or display different color patterns on two halves of their body at the same time, one half to court a potential mate, the other to warn off an approaching rival. It is a dance of intellect played out on their very skin. Its specialized chromatophore cells allow it to change its body color and pattern to blend in with its surroundings. This ability is not just a defensive mechanism against its enemies, but also a sophisticated method of communicating with its own kind. When hunting, the cuttlefish uses a perfect strategy. It silently approaches its prey, using its body color to conceal its intentions. At the right distance, it launches its powerful tentacles like arrows from the shadows, catching shrimp, small fish, or crustaceans with unparalleled precision. When threatened, its ink sac becomes a secret weapon, releasing a cloud of black ink to confuse its enemy and create an opportunity to escape. Besides being skilled hunters, cuttlefish play an important role in the ecosystem. They help to regulate the populations of smaller species, while also serving as an important food source for sharks and other large predators. The Verde Island coral reef, a precious gem in the heart of the ocean, is the embodiment of the complex connections between marine species. Known as one of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the world, this coral reef is like a vibrant symphony of symbiotic relationships. In the soft coral tissues, the coral polyps and the zooxanthellae algae share a deep bond. The algae, powered by sunlight, provide energy through photosynthesis, nourishing the coral and allowing them to grow into solid reef structures. In return, the coral provides the algae with a safe refuge and an abundant supply of carbon dioxide, which is essential for their photosynthesis. However, this partnership is very fragile to climate change. Just a 1 to 2 degree Fahrenheit rise in ocean temperature can cause coral bleaching, leaving the entire ecosystem vulnerable to degradation. Not far from the vibrant coral reefs, the clownfish and the sea anemone cooperate like loyal companions. The sea anemone, with its venomous tentacles, protects the clownfish from its enemies, while the clownfish provides leftover food in return. Over 50 million years ago, the ancestors of the clownfish began their evolutionary journey in the tropical seas. Over millions of years, they have developed a unique adaptation, a special layer of mucus that protects them from the anemone's toxins. This remarkable evolutionary trait has allowed them to establish a sustainable symbiotic relationship with the anemone, ensuring their mutual survival and benefit. The sea anemone, such as the Heteractis magnifica, serves as an ideal refuge, shielding the clownfish from predators like the reef shark and the lionfish. In return, the clownfish cleans the anemone and brings it leftover food, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. The behavior of the clownfish is bold and strategic. They often swim far from the anemone, creating a spectacle that attracts predators. In a flash, they dash back into the anemone's poisonous tentacles, leaving the enemy confused and vulnerable to the anemone's venom. In the vast ecosystem of Verde Island, the clownfish act as natural guardians, sustaining the life and biodiversity of the coral reefs. In the magnificent kingdom of the Verde Island coral reef, a unique symbiotic story unfolds daily between the hermit crab and the sea anemone. The hermit crab, with its soft and vulnerable body, is a stark contrast to the tough exterior of many other crab species. Without a natural hard shell to protect its entire body, it must search for abandoned snail shells. These borrowed shells become mobile homes, shielding the hermit crab from predators. But their survival strategy does not stop at borrowing shells. The hermit crab also carries a sea anemone on its back, a formidable ally in its journey. The sea anemone, though seemingly simple with its soft tentacles, is a very effective predator. By living in symbiosis with the hermit crab, the sea anemone gains the ability to move to food-rich areas, while also being protected from predators like the starfish. At the Verde Island coral reef, the hermit crab and the sea anemone are often found in shallow waters at depths of 6 to 100 feet. Their symbiosis is not just accidental, but a deliberate choice, fine-tuned based on chemical signals. This mutually beneficial relationship allows both species to thrive in the challenging and competitive marine environment. The hermit crab is also known for its meticulous shell-swapping behavior, a crucial skill as its body grows. When moving to a new home, they carefully transfer their anemone, ensuring the continuity of the symbiotic relationship. However, the Philippines, with its pristine natural beauty, is grappling with unprecedented challenges. The vibrant nature of the Philippines, its coral reefs, rainforests, and vast coastlines, is increasingly under pressure from environmental threats and human activities. Climate change is disrupting the fragile balance of the ecosystems, with the average temperature having risen by 1.3 degrees Fahrenheit over the past century, and typhoons becoming more severe. The Verde Island Passage, a haven of marine biodiversity, is silently alarming as more than 40% of its coral reefs have been bleached. On land, deforestation and illegal logging are carving deep wounds into the tropical landscape. From Palawan to the Sierra Madre, the vast primary forests that once covered over 27 million acres have been reduced to less than 6.9 million acres. Each year, about 47,000 acres of forest are lost, leaving animals like the eagle and the Philippine tarsier with a shrinking chance of survival. Beneath the ocean, plastic pollution acts as an invisible enemy. With about 5.9 billion pounds of plastic waste generated annually, the Philippines is ranked as one of the largest contributors to ocean plastic pollution. Marine creatures, from whales to pygmy seahorses, are frequently harmed by plastic debris. The phenomenon of coral bleaching continues to be a significant threat. As the corals die, the entire food chain that they support begins to collapse. The ecosystems of the Philippines are not just a national treasure, they are a global heritage. Protecting them is not just about ensuring the survival of millions of species, but also a solemn promise to future generations. The vast tropical forests of the Philippines, once ravaged by deforestation, are now experiencing a revival. Through the National Greening Program, over 4.6 million acres of forest have been restored, breathing life back into the country's green lung. Offshore, the Verde Island Passage is reasserting its status as a center of marine biodiversity as many coral reefs have been regenerated. The Coral Triangle Initiative has restored over 2.5 square miles of coral reefs, paving the way for thousands of fish and marine creatures to return. In areas like Palawan, the dugong and the Philippine crocodile are being protected through patrols and community education programs. The local communities are no longer bystanders. They have become the first line of defense, collaborating with conservation organizations to protect the ecosystem. The story of conservation in the Philippines extends beyond its national borders. It is a powerful reminder that even the smallest actions can make a significant difference. The journey to preserve the natural heritage of the Philippines depends on a collective effort. Raising awareness about the importance of protecting wildlife and their habitats is essential. It starts with small actions. reducing plastic use, supporting sustainable products, and participating in reforestation efforts. Every action you take is a crucial link in preserving the pristine beauty and biodiversity of the Philippines for future generations. Amidst the bushes and dry grass, where the thickets glow gold in the morning light, a figure slowly emerges. The African buffalo, massive, as if carved from rock, it walks heavily but calmly. In its eyes is a harshness, in its gait, a confidence. This is not a fugitive, not a hunter. This is the master of the plains. Its horns curve like a crescent moon. Its coat is dark as a rainy night. Not far away, among the thickets, a giraffe stretches. It moves almost silently, as if not walking on the ground, but gliding over it. Its neck reaches the canopy, where other species cannot. It nibbles on fresh leaves with the care of a master. And higher still in the treetops, where only the sky makes its choice, white pelicans have landed. The spotted hyena, often underestimated, displays a brutality of its own, reinforced by the power of its clan and its ability to challenge even the largest predators in Africa. Often dismissed as a mere scavenger, it is, in fact, a formidable hunter, capable of taking down large prey when operating in groups. A powerful body, incredibly strong jaws, and teeth adapted for crushing bone, make it an expert at making the most of every carcass. Its bite force is one of the strongest among carnivorous mammals, allowing it to break structures that other predators would leave behind. Nothing is wasted. The spotted hyena's hunting strategy is based on endurance and cooperation. They pursue wildebeest, zebras, and antelopes over long distances, exhausting their prey until it can no longer escape. Contrary to popular belief, they do not solely depend on the leftovers of lions. Often, it is the lions who steal their kills, using their strength to usurp a downed carcass. The social life of the hyena is complex and ruled by a matriarchal system. Females dominate the males and lead the clans, which can number over 80 individuals. The dominance of the female hyena is not just behavioral. It is reinforced by one of the strangest biological traits in the mammalian world. Due to extremely high levels of androgens, male hormones in their bodies, females are larger and more aggressive than males, and possess external genitalia that closely resemble those of a male. This unique trait makes mating and birth incredibly difficult, but it is also the foundation of an absolute female-led social order. An unbreakable power structure in their brutal world. The brutality is not limited to their hunts. Siblings from the same litter may fight to the death in their first days of life, eliminating rivals and strengthening the survivors. Their piercing cry, which resembles laughter, is one of the most recognizable sounds of the savannah. It is not a sign of joy, but a communication code that conveys location, excitement, and even requests for support. A large group of hyenas is capable of challenging lions and even driving them off their own kills, demonstrating the courage and aggression of these animals. The spotted hyena, therefore, is a predator that combines endurance, cooperation, and brutality in every stage of its life. Its image as an opportunist conceals the reality of a strategic, resilient hunter, fundamental to the dynamics of the African savanna. On the crowns of the palm trees, rising high above the Zambezi River Valley, a whole flock of white pelicans has landed. Their large silhouettes look particularly striking against the fan-shaped palm leaves, illuminated by the soft evening light. These palms are likely of the species Hyena petersiana, a palm characteristic of the wetland areas of southern Africa. The pelicans sit solidly and calmly, as if guarding their kingdom from on high. Some are sleeping, their wings spread wide. Others have tucked their beaks into their feathers, preparing for sleep. Trees like these are not just observation posts, but also safe havens from terrestrial predators. On the arid plains, a soft golden light spreads. The sun is no longer as harsh as at midday, but it still generously illuminates the burnt grass, the coppery leaves of the bushes, and the backs of the animals. Amidst the bushes, zebras appear. At first glance, they are just black and white stripes against the ochre earth. But the longer one looks, the more their beauty is revealed. Each zebra has a unique pattern, like its own personal passport. The stripes are not just for decoration. They help with camouflage in the tall grass, confusing predators when they run. and they may even protect against biting insects by reflecting light in a certain spectrum. Individually, each zebra is a target, but together they become a living mirage, a river of black and white that flows across the plains where edges blur and individuals vanish into a single hypnotic whole. It is a secret whispered between them. To survive, one must be willing to disappear. The stripes not only hide the zebra, but they hide it in plain sight, turning the herd into a giant, mesmerizing and elusive optical illusion. The herd of zebras grazes unhurriedly. They nibble on the dry grass, chewing slowly, always listening. Zebras have excellent hearing and sharp vision. While some are eating, others hold their heads high, watching their surroundings. And that is their strength. It is through solidarity that the zebra can survive on the open plains, where danger can lurk from any direction. In the falling dusk, among the trees, a leopard appears. It seems to emerge from the landscape itself. The spots on its skin blend with the foliage, with the fallen leaves, and with the bark of the trees. It does not sneak, nor does it hurry. It simply moves like a ghost, like a part of the forest that has suddenly taken shape and direction. In every corner of wild Africa, the brutality of nature is a non-negotiable law. The cheetah exploits its maximum speed. The lion maintains its collective strength. The leopard dominates with stealth. The wild dog executes organized hunts. The spotted hyena imposes endurance and opportunity. Different strategies, different bodies, but a shared goal: to survive in an environment where mistakes are paid for with one's life. The drama of wildlife is not limited to direct confrontations. The constant competition between species, the pressure for food, the fragility of the young, and the daily struggle against rivals. The atmosphere is always tense, where the victory of one means the inevitable defeat of another. In the land of brutal predators, there is no room for lingering mistakes. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. Only those who adapt to the harsh demands of nature can sustain their lineage. In the Arctic and subarctic regions of Alaska, the snowy owl's pure white plumage blends perfectly into the icy landscape, providing the perfect camouflage. Their thick feathers, which even cover their feet, keep them warm even when the temperature drops below -40 degrees Fahrenheit. The snowy owl is a master hunter of the Arctic. Unlike many other owl species, the snowy owl is diurnal, especially during the summer months. This gives them the advantage of continuous hunting in the endless daylight. They glide over the snow, using their keen eyesight to spot the slightest movement. The lemming, a common rodent, is the main food source for these owls. However, the snowy owl is also capable of hunting hares, seabirds, and even young foxes. However, the breeding cycle of the lemming, the snowy owl's main food source, has been severely affected by the changing temperatures and snow conditions. The thawing of the permafrost and the changes in the Arctic vegetation are also significant threats. These challenges have put increasing pressure on the snowy owl populations, making it harder for them to survive in the ever-changing Arctic environment. The beluga whale, a famous cetacean, is also not immune to the impacts of the changes taking place in Alaska. As a marine animal characteristic of the Arctic regions, the beluga is known for its ability to thrive in harsh environments. Often called the white whale due to its distinctive white skin, the beluga is also famous for its wide range of vocalizations, earning it the nickname Canary of the Sea. The beluga follows a unique seasonal migration pattern. In the summer, they move north, gathering in the estuaries and coastal bays of Alaska. When winter comes and the sea ice forms, the belugas migrate south to find open water. Here, they rely on their thick layer of blubber for insulation. They live in small groups. During migration, the group size can be up to hundreds of whales. This grouping allows for more effective hunting. Their diet consists of a variety of species, such as octopus, squid, crabs, shrimp, and fish, like salmon and cod. With the ability to dive up to 3,000 feet and hold their breath for up to 25 minutes, the belugas can hunt in the shallow coastal waters. One of the most important skills of the beluga is echolocation, or the use of sound waves to locate their prey. The belugas are facing an increasingly difficult struggle for survival as climate change causes the ice to melt rapidly, changing their natural habitat. The warmer, less icy waters have forced the belugas to migrate further south in search of food and shelter. In addition, the underwater noise from ships and industrial activities can disrupt the beluga's ability to communicate and echolocate. From the ice flows of the Arctic, the ecosystem gradually transitions to a new landscape, the taiga forest. Here, the long, harsh winters give way to short but vibrant summers. The biting cold of winter, where temperatures often drop below -22 degrees Fahrenheit. This is home to the towering coniferous species like the black and white spruce, which have stood against time and climate. However, climate change is gradually altering the natural balance. The warmer temperatures and longer summers bring an increasing risk of wildfires. Alaska is home to 98% of the U.S. brown bear population. It is also home to 70% of the total brown bear population across North America. Across Alaska, from the majestic mountain ranges to the vast plains, the brown bear dominates the landscape. The male brown bear, which can weigh up to 1,500 pounds, creates a powerful image of strength and vitality in the wild world of Alaska. The brown bear is an omnivore with a varied diet, but in the taiga, their most important food source is salmon. During the peak feeding season, a brown bear can consume up to 90 pounds of food per day. The fat-rich salmon allows them to gain weight quickly and store enough energy to survive the harsh Alaskan winter. As winter approaches, the brown bear enters a state of hibernation, a survival mechanism that helps to conserve energy. However, global warming is drastically changing the brown bear's habitat in the taiga forests of Alaska. The winter, once long and stable, has become shorter, causing the bears to wake up earlier from hibernation, often without enough energy reserves.